Nearly 3 years pog zelksprechtens.
Hello. Good afternoon, stinkers. Hopefully you cannot hear the fan. I was just fucking around with the filters there. I don't know if I could potentially sound a little bit weirder because it should be cutting out the fan. But I have no idea if it's also cutting out, you know, certain things of my voice. Whatever you do. I hope that you guys are well. I hope that you are staying cool. For those of you on the same side of the hemisphere as myself, it is fucking warm. It is not as bad as yesterday. It is not as bad as the day before. Yesterday was really bad. Honest to fucking God. I have procured a small desk fan. I literally have it right in front of me, pointed up at my face, just constantly fucking blaring. So that is keeping me sane, keeping me cool. But it's really funny because I can absolutely feel the sheer fucking wall of heat whenever I have to get up and go somewhere else in my flat. I get up and I'm like, you know, oh, my face is actually feeling a little cool. I get up and it, bam! It's so warm. So, yeah. I hope that you guys are doing well. Sorry for not being around the past 2 days. That was the reason. Because I have 2 computers running, and that's double the heat generation. So, even if I was okay yesterday and the day before just chilling and streaming as it was, the computers would definitely have heated up my room, and I was not prepared for that. So yeah, thanks for your patience with me. I do really appreciate it. But I hope your Monday went well. Then Monday too hard. And yeah, I don't really have an explicit plan today, but today we are probably going to be, I'm going to start off by doing some work in the background. So you guys will probably get radio hell for a wee bit. Because I have some shit I need to do. And you guys are going to be my accountability partners. But we can have a wee out first. Obviously, I need to say my hellos and stop ignoring you, so let's start. Hello, Joshi. Congratulations on being voiced. Hello, Goat. Hello, Deadmaster. Ray, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 35 months. So close to 3 years. Holy shit. Hello. Thank you so much. Hello, Succumbio. Hello, Clarinets. Hello, Sandwich. Hello, Snowy. Hello, Stevie. Hello, Normanton. Hello, Trashcan. Hello, Gem. Hello, Tammy. Hello, Voyeur. Welcome in. Hello, Rhino. Thank you for the 130 stream streak. Hello, Igor. Thank you for the 10 stream streak. Oh, dear. Yeah, I've not melted away. Hello, David. Thank you for the 405 stream streak. Sounds a little more shallow, but there's also no fan. It's probably because, yeah, my, what do you call it, for my microphone, my noise reduction, it's supposed to cut out certain frequencies, and obviously the fan being a bit louder is, potentially gonna cut out some of the frequencies also that, you know, my voice just naturally speaks in. So if it's annoying or unbearable, I can always just turn it off and, yeah. Sort that out. But it is a lot cooler today. It's not cool by any means, but it's cooler. So, yeah. Might be bedtime when she just started streaming. It's always bedtime, actually. Since finding me, we're good. It's barely a bother. Can't hear it, so says a lot. That's okay then. Just, you know, if anything does sound weird at any point, be sure to let me know. But you guys should know that by now. You should, yeah. Don't be afraid to tell me. But yeah, I have some things I need to do in the background, and I need to, I want to finish off writing the letter, because I type up the letters before I write them. So I'm gonna type up the letters, the rest of the letters, and I also have a big reference thing I need to type up as well. Hello, Cal. Hello, Schumann. Hello, also. How's it going? Always turn up the music a little bit to cover it. It would only be present when I speak, so I don't think that would solve the problem. And in my nitpicky case, I'll be completely honest with you, I filter the fuck out of my microphone, and I take the best care I can with my audio from my microphone, to the point that I want it to be that if there's no music playing at all and no other sounds, then you cannot hear anything else in the background, is what I usually go for. So no humming of any fans, no, you know, general background noise. You might hear a ghost fucking around, but, you know, there's that. Yeah, dampened frequencies, yeah, that's what I figured is probably gonna happen. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm okay, just, yeah, you know. How's the Ghost? Ghost is okay, he's chilling. He's, not been too affected by the heat. He doesn't really care for the fan. Hoi! Just give us fan noises? No. I worked really hard to make sure that you can't hear those. Hello, Jaikon, how's it going? ASMR level attention to detail without being an ASMR artist? Well, the thing is, okay, so I am not an enjoyer of ASMR personally. I don't like it. It makes my skin crawl in a not good way. But whenever I have listened to ASMR before, especially live streams of ASMR, I can always hear everything that's going on in the background. Like, I can always hear, like, the computer fans and shit, and the general kind of atmospheric noise. I thought that that was kind of normal for ASMR. Oh dear. Hoi! Hoi! Hello, Strix, how's it going? Nothing is normal for ASMR, I suppose. It's not my cup of tea, but whatever floats your boat, you know? Ideally, you want to get rid of all background noises natively without filters. People often put their PCs in other rooms or noise trapping boxes. I see. You get ready for your trip? Ooh, going? You might have already mentioned it before, but I don't recall. I apologize. Thank you for the self-care check, Ray. For those of you that have not seen, by the way, I put a notification in the Discord. Next Tuesday until, well, Friday, technically Thursday, but Friday, I will not be streaming. Brock is coming up because we're gonna go watch the Amazing Digital Circus episode together. And he decided might as well make a bit of a trip out of it. So Brock will be coming up and visiting on those days, so I will not be streaming. Because that would be incredibly fucking rude. So I do apologize for my sparsity this month, but that's just how it is sometimes. That's why I felt really, really bad about not streaming the past 2 days. But what are you gonna do about it, you know? You debut yourself as a composer? Best of luck, clarinets. I hope you have an enjoyable time. Hello, Faye. Going to Little soon. Thank you for asking. You're gonna get yourself some nice sweet treats. So sad to hear how beaten down Goose has gotten about our own fandom. I won't talk much about that here because it's just I don't even really want to consider it a controversial topic. I usually try and avoid kind of inflammatory topics on stream. So I won't facilitate the complete conversation about it, but it is quite sad to see. People enjoy hating whenever they can. And a lot of performatism and a lot of incredible nitpicking and false whispers, what do you call them? And all that sort of shit. I'm still gonna go see it. I have the ticket spot, so I'll make my own judgments rather than listen to the herd. I know you cannot hear me, but in case you have the closed captions on, also thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate it. Just a grocery run. You can get sweet treats at a grocery run. And Streamin', thank you for the 5 stream streak as well. Thank you very much. You'll send travel pictures? Nice. I appreciate that. I'm pretty sure Clarinets has a... you can actually commission clarinets for music on their Ko-Fi. You know how it be with the fandoms? Yeah, no, people like to just... I don't know. Again, I will just end it. I will not facilitate a conversation about it. But, yeah. Yeah, I completely understand. It's sad. It's sad this year. I don't know what else we'll be doing outside of the cinema. I don't think there's really much going on at the moment, and I don't really want to be outside, if I'm honest with you. I didn't actually take a look at the weather forecast next week, so let's do that now. Oh, that's... Not the worst, but not the best. 83% humidity. I need my gills. I always make this joke every single time it's humid. I always make the gills joke. I need gills. I need to evolve gills. Tell you, I've honestly on my entire Twitter page, if it's not the fucking Amazing Digital Circus shit, it's the fucking Americans versus Britons fucking commenting about the weather and temperatures and shit. And the arguments are so insufferable from both sides. We shouldn't be engaging in the rage bait, but also some of the fucking opinions I've seen, like, I'm just hoping they're rage bait, you know? It happens every single fucking year. Hello, Pancake, how's it going? Should become a Fishman VTuber instead? I don't like fish. don't like fish. And so I originally wanted to be a dragon. I like dragons. Dragons are really cool. I want to be a dragon VTuber, but when I started VTubing, dragon VTubers were like the thing because of Kiryu Koko, the whole Kiryu Koko thing. Dragons became very, very popular, like VTubers to be, and I like. There's nothing wrong with being a dragon, but I didn't want to be, you know, like just picking something while it was popular. And I feel like there's always a phase. At the moment, it's like sea VTubers. Everyone is a fucking whale, and I don't want to be a whale. You know, I don't want to be a fish. I want to be a sea VTuber. Nothing wrong with being one. I just don't want to. You have to eat the fish. You just have to be fish. No, I don't like fish in general. Eating, seeing, like, they just, I don't like them. They smell and they're slimy. And some of them look really weird. Same can be said for many different human beings, but, you know. Thanks to the mackerel. It was way before the mackerel, too. Scorpions and snakes. Scorpio would be on brand. Because I am a Scorpio. Become Winton? I'm not becoming Winton. Hello, Daniel. How's it going? Seagull. I hate seagulls. I like moths. Didn't know you had snakes. I have two plains hognose snakes. Demon, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hello, Jared. How you doing? Hognoses are very cute. I love them very much. One of them is a very chill, very does not care, does not like, is literally the least hognose I've ever seen in my life, and the other one is very typical hognose. Never, the other one is a very stereotypical hissy, puffy, fucking fuck you bastard hognose. Never played dead though, so not that stressed, just a little kind of sus at me. Welcome in, Tempest. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. I hope you enjoy your stay. Oh, hognoses are super cute. I love them a lot. But yeah, today I'm gonna be a wee bit of a lurker in my own stream as I do some work in the background. I mean, I will be here chatting, but, you know, enjoy the music and whatnot. Having to head down to Texas? Well, best of luck. I hope that your anxieties dissipate quickly. Yellow rat snake. His name was Charlie. What a name for a snake. My chill hognose. His name is Pix. His name originally was Ivy. But, it's really weird that, because I feel like when it comes to snakes, hognoses are pretty easy to tell. Whether they're male or female, but, the previous owner presumed that he was a she, but actually she was a he. So his original name was Ivy, and I changed it to Pix. And then I didn't name the second one. The second one came as Gage. So I have Pix and Gage. Gage is the pissy one. Hello Delta, how's it going? Trans icon. Who? Chucky. It's a sin. It's a sin. But yeah, next Tuesday I will not be here through until next time you'll see me is Saturday, which will be the charity thing. So exciting. Jesus wept. Sorry. It's a sin. It's a sin. I did find, you know what's really cool? I found my old USBs, and on one of them, it had some of my uni work, but it also had a bunch of my art from when I started out drawing, when I first ever got the tablet. Hello Russ, how's it going? So maybe we can have a look through them at some point. And I know it was like the art from when I first ever started drawing, because all of it is like the file extension is Psy. Because I started on Paint Tool Psy. Without dying of embarrassment, I mean, I don't think my art has changed that much, but oh, it's a sin. There's some that I'm like looking at and I'm like, oh my god. Like, what the fuck? Would you like a Here, let's see. Let me just... You still proudly use Psy? There's nothing wrong with Psy. I never thought there was anything wrong with Psy. Let's see here. Back when I used to do full bodies too, holy shit. Fall apart. Hairpin triggered. Don't you say it. Don't you say it. Let's see. This is the easiest example I can do because So whenever it's her birthday, I always, for the past like 3 or 4 years now, I've always drawn Autumn something for her birthday. So let's see. This is one from when I first started drawing. Fucking fuck at these massive fucking sizes. And I will get the one that I drew this year, which was like 2 weeks ago. This was supposed to be in the style of kind of an emote. Which is why it looks a bit weird. There we go. I've never drawn an emote before. But there is your comparison. Oh, was you? What, this? Yeah. Hello, Lychee. How's it going? Do that emote she uses now? Yeah, this was her birthday art for this year. Yeah, it's a bit of a, as I said, it's a bit of a tradition now. I always draw her a piece of art. I wanted to do it for everyone, but bro, I'm fucking, my folder is full of whips of things I just didn't get happy for. Ah, it's good. That's how it works. Oh yeah. So there you go. There's another, because there's one. I have a whip in here of of my old model, my Yoko model, Kiichu. I don't know how many of you are aware of Ki. I think some of you, if you are still here, some people in my community came over from Ki when she very, generously raided me. I don't raid into Ki because Ki is German and streams in German. I mean, her English is perfectly fine as well, but her streams are in German, so it wouldn't really make sense for me to raid you guys into when like maybe 3 of you will be able to watch the stream. But I have a whip of Ki here that I'm just looking at it. I'm like, holy crap, this looks horrible. Like it looks bad. Maybe I will try drawing it, like doing a redraw or something. Oh, Winter, how's it going? But yeah, it's wait, did this not save? And I played the part and I played the fool. No, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, that's annoying that I didn't save. Little peeved you can't work? What happened? We're chilling. noticed my boss and 3 other co-workers, none of them can log into our work program for listening to agents. I'm the first one to mention it. Come in 3 hours later than everyone else. So, like, I don't have work, but it's the end of the month, I got shit to do. Oh, fuck. Well, yeah, that doesn't sound very ideal, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's not very poggers when... Cause you... The problem... Obviously, yeah, you don't have to do work, but you're gonna have to catch up on the work that you're not currently doing. So, it's kind of like, well, shit, you know? Wait, what? There we go. We still have to do the work, yeah, exactly. I also don't understand why the other 3 didn't mention it. Are they gonna get reprimanded for that? Or, like, cause that's, like, severely fucked you over. I think they should have to do the workload that you have now being unable to do in the time that, you know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh, Sergeant Newman, welcome in. How's it going? Good, good. Glad to hear it. We should throw winter's work into a volcano as a sacrifice to appease the sun. Maybe it will get cooler. Maybe we just throw winter. I suffer from sacrifice stereotypes. You don't see yourself impregnated? Should I do and finish what I want to do for today for the work? I can maybe... No, how about I just do that now? I'll just open up CSP and I will... Because I wanted to finish the rest of them. I have to draw the elephants. That's all I have left to draw on the speed doodles. So I was just gonna draw them on stream and then eventually show you. And then at one point, I'm gonna put like a link to this somewhere that I update it every time it gets anything added to it. I've done the pregnant people. So it was... I had to draw a Kirby, Brad... I had to draw Kirby, then I had to draw a pregnant Brad, Jinx, Joshy, Liable, and Ray. So... Let me just...
Cow.
Cow! Catalog, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 4 months, thank you very, very much for that. How's it going? We'll collectively jump into the volcano? Sure, why not? Here. This should cover everyone. This is just a screenshot of my CSP. Hope you're happy. Jesus fucking Christ, yep. There they are. Pretty maids all in a fucking row. I made the new pregnancy template. Wait, is Ray still here?
My husband was impregned by a crow, and I couldn't be happier.
What in the anime title did I just hear? What sentence just graced my ears? Autumn, hello! Thank you so much for the tier 1 resub, lovely. Happy 53 months. Thank you, thank you. How's it going? Coming fall 2026, that quickly? Damn. Is animated by Mappa. I'm okay that you're asking. Just warm. Just warm.
Cow.
Cow? Lychee, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. How's it going? cow. Yeah, I don't know. Brian is not, or Ghost, I should say, is not feeling saying caw. It's cow.
Show love 100 cow.
Cow. Oh my god. Oh dear me. Because I was showing them that I usually draw you something on your birthday, because I found a bunch of older art on a USB drive. So my first, and it was the first time I was drawing, because everything was in Paint Tool Sci. They're all Sci files. And I was just showing a comparison, and I used you as a comparison because you're the last person I drew something for. So I can show you them again. But Autumn, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you very much for that. I do really appreciate that. It's very sweet of you. You didn't have to do that, but thank you. So I was showing them this. This is an extremely old one. And then I was showing the one that I did for you a couple of weeks ago for your birthday. Because I always draw something for you for your birthday. Hello, Brandon. How's it going? Okay, Ghost. You knocked over my water bottle earlier. I was pissed. You had no reason to do that. So that's what we were showing. Alright. I don't know how you spell silhouette, bro. I think I spelled like 3 different times already. Different ways already. I hate that word, me too. I'm both blessed and honored. No, I'm the one that's blessed and honored. Blonard. Honest. I don't know if that works.
Show love 100, show love 100, show love 100.
Oh dear. Jaffe, thank you so much for the 55 stream streak. How's it going? You got a bagel waiting for you? What are you having on it today? Just the old cream cheese? Thank you for the lyrics, Stevie. Sorry, I'm working on stuff in the background. I'm not ignoring you guys intentionally. I got the letter, as I said before. I'm writing the letters, and I'm also working on a super secret project that's probably going to take me fucking so much more effort than it's worth, but I hope that it'll be something fun we can experience together. Autumn, thank you so much for the 300 bits. Thank you, I really appreciate that. It's very sweet of you. Thank you. You did not have to do that. Train, do not worry about a silly train. You're good. Hello, Jerby. How you doing? Let's see. Can't go wrong with cream cheese. There's nothing wrong with being basic. Absolutely nothing. You like my trains? I don't like my trains. Trains over in the UK fucking suck. They cost £2 million and they actually never ever work properly. Like, they don't get you from where you need to go. They always cancel. So... Hello WWF, how's it going? We're all crying right now. We're all crying. I have a desk fan though, so crying a little bit less than usual. You're overheating? What are the temps looking like over there, Jerby? Like the McDonald's ice cream machine, they never work either. They just... The last 2 times, so last year I was very lucky. My stepdad took me from Scotland to England and I didn't have to worry about any trains. But the time before that and then the time before that, both times I was kicked off at Newcastle. Just because they're like, oh, no. And then I paid for insurance and they were like, no. Not our problem. So not only did I waste like fucking hundreds of pounds in train tickets I couldn't even use fully, I had to also buy some more train tickets to get me like actually to where I needed to go. So, hello Thorgrim, are you baking well? No. I'm glad everyone is aware of the heat. Everyone is very wet. 32? It is not that hot here. I do have to say, it's a perk of being up in Scotland, we do not get it half as bad as England do. Roasted crow, no! Quite bad here in Staffordshire. Yeah, down further down in the Englands, it is definitely much hotter. It's like, I think yesterday it reached down here, was it like, oh, down here, I say up here. Take a screenshot of it. I'm not posting a screenshot, I'm doxing myself. The fucking humidity was killer. I remember it being like 85 yesterday. Did it hit like 27 yesterday up here? I think it hit like, it was like 27 degrees yesterday. Today it is cooler at like 23. But it's gonna get a lot cooler as well. But I saw like it was like hitting 30s, mid 30s yesterday in England, so. But the humidity with it is about similar amount of humidity today. It is just the worst. I don't like the warmth. Right, but you're in like maple syrup land, aren't you, Brandon? So that's actually pretty warm for you guys. You guys are like used to like snow all the time, right? If I'm remembering correctly. I could just be absolutely like wrong. Exactly, yeah. I think, see how I empathize there? See how I used my brain to remember? Hang on a second. Canada don't usually get hot. So instead of doing the very typical, and I'm just gonna say, it's mainly Americans I've been seeing doing this. Not to be that guy, but it's mainly Americans. Not to be typical, maybe American. I don't just go, what? 20 degrees? That's not even that bad. Over here, it gets like 60 degrees. You know what I mean? I remember, oh wait, in Canada, they're used to the colder weather, so 20 degrees probably feels like absolute hell for them. See how easy that was? See how easy it was to do that? To just not be a dickhead? And not just be like, you know, that person that when you go to school and they're like, how are you? I'm like, I'm okay. I really didn't sleep well. Oh no, how much sleep did you get? Oh, I just got like a couple hours. Oh yeah, well I didn't sleep at all ever in my life. You know, that kind of person. That's what they sound like. It's a game. It's a competition. Grow up. Jerby, thank you for the 105 stream streak. Please do not be, guys. As look. Okay, right. I'm gonna say something that might be a little controversial. Right. So, I don't think anyone should be streaking ever, unless it really is that hot to the point you're gonna die if you don't seek immediate medical attention and you need to do anything to cool off. I think then it would be okay as long as, you know, you're modest as possibly you can be about it. I suppose there isn't really anything modest about streaking. Streaking insinuates you're intentionally just going naked and running around, but you know what I mean? I love streaking in DMs and game in Minecraft. You're to blame. You give love a bad name. In my heart. Having a stroke? Yeah, I would. Don't say stroking! I would not say stroking! Stroking is probably not the best word there. I know what you meant, but stroking is absolutely diabolical. Is heterochromatic a word? Oh, Hannah, how's it going? Did I ever get your guys' opinion on the new ad message? It's not as passive aggressive, right? It's a lot nicer, right? It's stroking weather. Let's not. It's not stroking weather. It is warm. It is indeed warm. Block sent me a picture yesterday of his thermostat and I cried for him. Block lives in Germany. It's not passive aggressive, so it's all good? Okay, good. I wish he was yelling at me. Listen. I can't be passive aggressive. I'm not expecting other people to not be, so I cannot be. Had some peanuts to the magpies in the churchyard today. They're all panting, bless them. Get them some water. I hope they were unsalted, because that will probably make them really, really thirsty. 30 degrees C, it's rotten. Absolutely rotten. I think you don't have any AC. Not that your previous one was rude. I felt like it was a little bit rude. I think it was a little bit rude. But this one is supposed to be more explaining, like... Because I feel like not enough people... Yeah, ads suck, but not enough people are aware, like, okay... But Twitch is a free website. You don't actually have to pay money to watch anything on Twitch. You just watch an ad and that's it. You know? And you don't have to pay money to stream on Twitch. You know? You know what I mean? All I have is a fan. Oh, I can't imagine that would be the best workaround. But it's better than nothing, I suppose.
Getting hot in here. So time to have a faint on the fainting couch. I should get a fainting couch. Do you want a fainting couch? I could get you a fainting couch. Can you game from a fainting couch?
What's the difference between a regular couch and a fainting couch? I don't even have a couch. Longo, thank you so much for the 2-1 resub. Happy 25 months. Thank you very, very much for that. I appreciate it. How's it going? Besides being too warm. Drink a beer to quench your thirst. Alright, yeah, okay, bro. Started doing some more typing. I need to get yogurt, rice, a carrot, and a beer tomorrow. So I have yogurt, I have rice. How many carrots? I have beer, I have wine. Fainting couch is a chaise lounge? It's a couch with one end missing. Oh. How that was called irony. Oh yeah? Well, turns out it's actually a real thing. A fainting couch is just a Croatian couch. Faints couch. I'll cook my curry rice at your place then? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We are cooking nothing at my place. My place is sandwich and salad only. I will not be doing anything that potentially increases the heat furthermore in my kitchen. Thank you for the work, Ray! I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you get plenty of good rest. pre-cooked chicken, salad, potato salad, and egg. Literally. Or as we tend to term in the I don't know, in Scotland it's the same. I feel like here there's more among the English, but picky bits. And thank you for the self-care, Jack. Hey. You okay? Sorry, Ghost was like twitching in his sleep and I was trying to like poke him. And then he was like twitching some more, so I was very panicked, so I picked him up. I got a little too panicked. He's okay. He's okay. Got a moth caterpillar fucking up my ecosystem? A what? Oh, for your garden? We're making good progress. One of the broccoli lost one as big as leaves. Ah, kind of sucks. I'm sorry.
Murdered.
What? Deadmaster, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 3 months. Thank you very much for that. Cold soups are great this weather. Honestly, some cold soups are okay, but most of the time I can't eat a cold soup. It makes me a bit uncomfortable. Having to deal with all the bugs, you're not a big fan of the bugs, or you just think it's going to be tiring to deal with them all? Thank you for the Lurkana. Best of luck at the store. Chilled cucumber soup. Very dill and garlic heavy. Had some beetroot cold soup. Sour cream and egg. Honestly, that sounds really good. I like beetroot. I like sour cream. And egg isn't bad. I wanted to hydroponic farm in the open room I have. David grinding that farming stat IRL. Thank you for the like, Sparkle. Hope you're doing well. Keeping cool. Zomboid. We're gonna be playing some Zomboid potentially for our crowd control charity stream. Creating a water solution for the roots and giving it lamps like we do in Schedule 1. Pray that your work PC breaks. I'm praying for you. Best of luck with it though. And thank you for the lyric, Longo. You use dirt for it? There's no dirt for it. It's just water? I hope you have lots of fun in Sweden. Master, thank you for the gift. It's up to Joshy as well. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. Josh, I hope you enjoy your sub. That's how you start growing an avocado plant. Hence hydroponics. Well, yeah, I figured you'd use water, but... You know. Gotta add the nutrients that we'd be getting from the dirt. Just like food, plant food. Master, thank you for the gift. It's up to Thorgrim as well. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's very sweet of you, Thorgrim. I hope you enjoy your sub. Yeah, they're being sniped. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's very sweet of you. This is hard because I need to stop myself from reading this out loud because I don't want to spoil anything. dear. Thank you for the alert, Ghost. We're not doing this. We're not doing this if you're gonna be an asshole. I need to sit over there instead. Thank you. I had to use my thing to switch. And he's already like numbing on my fingers. Oh dear. I wonder if I would be able to let him air dry when it's bath time. Oh dear, this sounds very Mick Gordon-esque because it is. Welcome in, Nightingale. And thank you for the lyric, Gem. Enjoy your lunch with your family. So Warhammer's 40,000? What Nightingale posted? Probably. I wouldn't know. Ugh. Good God fucking damn. It's too warm. Doom. Oh, you mean the music? Oh, the music is Doom. Well, not now. Now the music is Brothers in Metal, but... Hello, Yuki. How's it going? The James Bond game, early part of it looked like it was a game. Oh, right. They have... Wait, what did... Why did I see that? They have something in that game that for some reason, like, it was posted all over my Twitter and I can't remember why. Why was Twitter posting about it? I can't remember. The black guy, probably? Oh yeah, Kavi. Right, that's why. For some reason he's in the game. I think people are just losing their minds because they're like, what's the point? This guy hasn't been relevant for the past, like, 3 years. The sky to be greater than that. Destiny. Ghost, no, you're not sitting there. I moved you for a reason, because you're gonna be a little gremlin. I love you so much. And I spoil you so dearly, but you cannot lay there, okay? Okay? Here, I'll open the drawer. If you want to go lay in there, you can go lay in there. But I figured you wouldn't want to go lay in there, because it's probably warm in there. Good boy. Okay. Uh. No! I swear to fucking God. You wanna know what the crazy part is? Is he's like, you know what? I understand. Usually you don't like it because I walk in front of you and that's how I get from there to there. But what if I walk around? Then will you let me sit there? No, you can't sit there, Ghost. No. I'm gonna move my water bottle there so it's in the way. And if you push it down again, I swear to God, I am selling you for 20 pence on fucking Gumtree. Good boy. Little shit. Welcome back, Stevie. So I'm doing a bunch of typing. What are you doing? Okay, you're fine. Just doing a bunch of typing in the background. I will get this done. I mean, I suppose, I hope you guys don't mind the radio hell. Hi! Hi! Hello, Infernal, how's it going? What am I working on? I was doing a little bit of work on the secret, I suppose. There is a little bit of a deadline coming up, but I'm a bit unsure of it now. Basically, there's quite a few moving parts in this whole thing. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull it off, but I hope I can. But one of the moving parts there's a little bit of a deadline on. I'm hoping it's still a thing that is happening, but we will just have to see. So, yeah. And I've finished what I wanted to do for that today, so now I am finishing off the letters. So whenever I do the letters, I always type them up. One, because that way I'm not making mistakes on the paper, because the paper I buy is it's like a fancier paper that I order from Etsy, and so I don't want to waste it. I don't get that many sheets in a bunch. But also it does mean that if I have it saved on here, then in case the letter goes missing or it doesn't get delivered or something happens to it, I can rewrite it out again without having to remember everything I wrote. Because, yeah, I write something different every time. After I know that every letter has been received, I usually delete the file. And then every time I will write something, or I'll attempt to write something different every time. I don't know, you guys will have to ask Art when he comes around, because this is like the 4th one I've written for him. And for all I know, I could have written exactly the same shit every time and I wouldn't be aware. And then he's just not bothered to tell me. He's just been like, yeah, it's okay. Layman, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. That's very sweet of you. Thank you very much for that. You didn't have to do that. That's sweet. Are you drama dick and balls? I am. Wait, let me... Now, I don't usually condone checking the viewer list, but... Okay, it's fine. He's not here. Yeah, I'm gonna draw a very detailed penis on the back of this piece of paper. Don't you worry. Funnily enough, you want to know what ends up happening? I end up writing the letters on, so I use WordPad, because why the fuck not? I often end up having to cut them down because I write too much and it doesn't all fit on the letter. Because I'm an absolute yapper. But I enjoy writing letters, so... More pages. I suppose that I could, like, start just writing more than one page, but also I don't want to be too parasocial. I feel like that might be a little bit too parasocial. I mean, I'm already pretty chuffed that letters are something people actually enjoy getting from me, but I don't want to encourage any weird behavior. Not that I would assume that the selection of people I have written letters towards and will write letters towards, you know, have that outlook. I assume that they are very well aware of what I stand for, but you know, just in case. Hear me say, I love you. Never wanna hear me say, since you've been gone. You might need another stamp as well, depending on the thing. I mean, if it fits in the envelope, it should be fine. They're usually not that strict. Well, I suppose depends if it's international or not. International, they might be a bit stricter, but in the UK, as long as it fits in the fucking what do you call it? Much as a stamp now? I don't know. I haven't bought a stamp in ages. I usually just hand it off to them and I'm like, here you go. Because all the stamps I have are out of circulation, so... How many millionaire shortbreads fit in an envelope? Okay, there are some rules and regulations of what you can send. A vacuum sealer on her throne. Look, I wouldn't mind sending people more than just a letter. However, anything that is international would require me putting a return address on. And I am not comfortable putting my address on anything. Sorry. Letterbox. Let's get nervous at the post office. I always get irritated at the post office because the line's always fucking long. one crumb in there. Irritated is more fitting, yeah. Redeeming a check? Checks are still a thing? Actually, I remember I received a check for something a couple of years ago. I was like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? Very fortunate that my bank app had a scanner so I could just scan the fucking thing on there. It might be worth checking if yours does as well. Guys, would you like a biscuit? I have the Lebanese biscuits. What are they? I don't know what they're called. I keep pronouncing them wrong every time, honestly. Of course, checks are still a thing. How do you think people get paid? Via popping it into your bank? What? I wouldn't know how to write a check. My mom used to have a checkbook. Mika, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moida. Hope you enjoy your stay. Even if you have something like a direct deposit, a blank check is made. What for? Why? Statements? Prove you have income? For paper trails? Is that not what your fucking... What is it called? P40? Your payslip is for that you get emailed to you? Is it P40? Is that what it's called? I forget. P60, right. Oh. Overwatch dropped the Apocalypse Warrior skins. Like now. What the fuck? Today. In 15 minutes. Should I get the Ana one? P45 when you leave the job? Yeah. I knew the P45. Treat yourself? I already treated myself. I'm just waiting to see. Let me look it up. I have a look at when it's in the shop. Let me write you a check. I don't need a check. I don't need anything like that. Guys, it's not an invitation, by the way. Don't do it or I'll feel guilty. Welcome back, Hannah. So what I'm hearing is that America are still living in olden times. Nothing new there. At least in my experience, every pay thing I've gotten has been like it's a pay slip. It's called a pay slip. I get it emailed to me. It shows me my earnings. Like, it shows me what I'm expected to be paid, anything deducted for whatever reason, whether it's like, I know at one point they tried they tried taxing me for national insurance when I first started at KFC back when I was like 16 in college, and I was like, are you kidding me? National insurance on a wage of like, what were they, like fucking 60 pounds or some shit? I was like, you're taking, are you, you know, what the fuck do you mean? There's nowhere anywhere near enough for that. But it shows you where all the taxes come out and stuff as well. Our pay slips do that too. They're just blank checks for some fuck-ass reason. It sounds like a waste of paper to me. Your pay stub is for your person record, but the bank still makes a virtual check mostly for their record. I don't like looking at it. It reminds me how much the taxes cost, but you don't like looking at the money that you're earning, though. It's okay, Winter. You're moving to Canada, right? It's something to chew. Keep me distracted. True. I see the money coming on my bank account. Any of you guys use Monzo? Monzo is so fucking goated. Not sponsored, by the way. My company uses Monzo for the whole thing. I'm not a fan. Any particular reason? Monzo, what's that? It's an online bank account. It's like online only. I just like it because it lets me make like these little sections that I can put like money in. I don't know what that is, trash can. I'll never ever... I mean, to be fair, I'll be honest with you. I use Lloyd's. It's not my sole bank account. I don't think I would trust it as a sole bank account, but it's nice to have as a second one, you know? It's how I used to pay for things. In case I accidentally lose my card, that way I don't have a card for my actual bank accounts where money is stored. Because I lose shit all the time, so on the off chance I lose my card somewhere, no one will be able to spend a dime on it because I usually transfer things out when I need them. I have offshore accounts? That's not it. Plus Monzo, I'm pretty sure, is something you can kind of use internationally, so... Off Crow accounts. Alright, you guys are... honest to God, at some point, you guys are gonna get me into trouble. Tax evasion, money laundering. Oh my god. We have a fall guy? Who's our fall guy? Wait, what we do? Who's taking the fall? Winter? Winter, are you a fall guy? I used to bank with Coots. What's Coots? I haven't played Fall Guy in like 2 years. I've never played Fall Guys. I was gonna when they did the collab with Pusheen. I was like, ooh, but I didn't. They'll never find me. It's the bank the royal family uses. Figured they just have their own and rich people. 4 years? Oof. Can you imagine being rich enough to shop at Marks and Spencer's weekly? That's my dream. I'm gonna say something that might come off as entitled to me. Marks and Spencer's isn't even that expensive in my opinion. I make the joke about it, like it is, you know. I think the only reason it is seen as being up there is because a lot of their shit is their own branded stuff. And unlike every other supermarket where they have the branded stuff, but then they have their own branded stuff, which is like fucking pennies. Marks and Spencer just charge basically standard prices for like brands for their own brand. I think that's how it is, right? I think I understand where people are coming from. It is not friendly for those who are trying to save on groceries. Because I hope I explained it correctly. So, like, in a supermarket, you've got cornflakes, right? And they might be, like, £3 a box. But then you have Asda's own brand cornflakes, which are, like, 60 pence a box for the same amount, sometimes bigger. But in Marks and Spencer's, they only sell their version of cornflakes, but they price it the same as a branded price. You know what I mean? And I will not lie. A lot of the Marks and Spencer stuff is really good, and I think it's worth it. But I was expecting it to be like abhorrent, like I'm talking like John Lewis prices in there, but it's not. It's not the worst thing ever. So yeah, in fact, I love their when I used to work at the, what do you call it? Oriental supermarket, there was a Marks and Spencer's close by, and I would go in there to buy a meal deal from them, and as expensive as it was compared to other meal deals, their food was fucking quality. I loved their tuna pasta salad. It is addicting. What's the Dutch equivalent of M&S? And the result is where I shop for food anyway. I see. Rich? Nah, just some things, you know. I wouldn't say I'm rich. I'm just very fortunate that I can afford to have my rent paid and have food on the table and have a little bit left over for a little sweet treat here and there. But the only reason that's a thing in the first place is because I'm frugal with other things. Like, you know. You know what I mean? I have savings in case anything goes wrong. I feel like I'm a very responsible person, but I'm very privileged in my situation. So, like, extremely privileged. Forever grateful, extremely privileged. I got very lucky with some... How do I say this? Some of the outcomes of a predicament that I was in. My friend talks about going to this local discounter. It's the most expensive supermarket chain we have in Germany. Oh dear. Yeah, cost of living crisis is a bummer. And I understand why Marks and Spencer's is seen as like the kind of spencier place, but it's a sad thing because I think their prices are very reasonable. It's just that people are not getting paid enough. That's my honest opinion anyway. Their bakery section is fucking lit. I love a Marks and Spencer croissant. Although, I will say, when it comes to cheese twists, Tesco are the goats. The only thing that stops me from living off of cheese twists is the sheer amount of calories in them. Those fuckers are so deceptive. But it's because of the fucking crack they put in them. That's why they're so calorific. M&S cakes are amazing. Yeah, the M&S, anything sweet treat-wise that M&S do, it's honestly the bomb. They do some really good, like, chocolate and shit, too. It's good to be frugal. I'm biased to some Dutch. We're kind of known for it. Well, for me, I see it as being frugal in some places allows me to be a little bit more relaxed in others. I'm just very responsible. I'm not responsible, I'm very silly. As short and concise. Well, ad time soon is just indicating that in a minute we will have ads, and then it posts a big message about ads. And then by the time people have read that message, hopefully the ads will be over, you know? Haha.
It's crowing time.
No, it's not.
See, there it is. God, sentences are so hard. Tomato, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Moeda. Hope you enjoy your stay.
Hello, everyone. Hope you are staying cool.
I'm always cool.
Hello, Dex. Thank you for the tier 1 resub. Happy 45 months. Thank you so much. How's it going? I hope you are also staying cool. Good joke, boss. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hello, Robbie. How's it going? You got the AC running? Nice. AJ, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Mueda. I hope you enjoy your stay. Sorry, this is the face of a crow that is trying to think. It's not going well. It's not going well. Thanks, Joshy. I appreciate it.
Oi! Oi! Hello, Steven. How's it going? Doing good, glad to hear it, glad to hear it. I already know I'm gonna have to cut half of these down, and I have no idea how I'm supposed to do that. Scissors. Okay, if you ever receive another letter from me, I will cut up the letter with scissors. Sound good? Throw in some glitter. True. So you don't have any pets, do you? No? Perfect. You should have lied and said yes. You went to Dog's Trust? You can get a dog? Oh, you didn't take the dog though. I remember a wee bit ago, when I was in uni, I remember walking through the shopping center and there was like a Dog's Trust thing. It was like, they were like, hey, how old are you? I was like, oh, I'm this. And they were like, oh, you're too young. Never mind. I couldn't even get solicited. It was crazy.
Satan, Satan. Okay, they came in. Okay. I have finished what I needed to do. Would you guys like to open some loot boxes with me? Some gamba? The loot boxes dropped from the event, so I have 6 of them waiting for me. Because you can't buy loot boxes. Heaven forbid if I did. It would be fucking over, but... Gamba time? Alright, I'm gonna take a quick BRB then, because I need to go piss. But when I come back, we can open some loot boxes and maybe even play some Overwatch, we'll see. And try and get the challenges out of the way. That sound okay with you guys? Or is there something else you guys wanted to do today? We could do some Pokemon if you guys really wanted to. You just let me know. Bullet after bullet, gun after gun. So I'm just reading something. Alright. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee, get up, stretch my legs, make sure you got water and shit. Yeah. Here. Everything I own. And everything Winter owns. Oh.
Oh,
Oh
God.
no. That's...
that's so not good, honey.
Oh.
Oh,
On
no.
God,
Dealer? Fuck
the
you,
dealer has 15 and then hits and gets an 8.
Fuck up, dealer. 13.
Uh-oh.
He's got a hit.
Yeah! Let's go! I can't stop winning!
Good job!
Oh, that was so stressful. Let's do it again. And we can get that sorted. As well as Hebby, if you're still here, about the art as well. Also, sorry, Hannah, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 50 months, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. You missed all of Deltarune, well, it's a good thing. Oh boy, a pie! What flavor? Pie flavor. And then I just get shot in the back of the head.
No!
Faint, you fucking asshole! I had my hands off my keyboard. Wait, what happened to your effigy? When it comes to maths, it'd be incredibly stupid. Because who apologizes for donating to charity no matter how much they donate over a period of how much they donate? Now, I know you wouldn't apologize for something like that, so I'm gonna pretend that you didn't. And it's not gonna happen again. Because you shouldn't be sorry. I'm using a PlayStation 2. You know? I'm using a PlayStation 2. To the hideout.
Oh.
Okay, oh, there you go. You should be able to place them. Fuck! Wait there!
Right, there you go.
Guys do. What's happening?
My fucking god. I accidentally took the fucking urn out, so I was trying to open the chest to put it back in, and then Winter kept opening the chest, so it would close the chest. So I would open the chest, he would close the chest. This fucking bastard.
I mean, at first I was trying to be helpful, and I was like, this is funnier.
Look at those. Damn,
So
plus
sorry,
7.
my God.
You spoiled us with the merch recently? Wait, what do you mean I spoiled you? You mean the crowing time? Oh my god, I can't believe I just said that out loud. Goat curry, egg, burger, right? Oh, we've got a mix. We have a mix. It would appear we have a mix. We take the stewed goat and fries. Okay. Door! I've opened the
blind
door.
down there.
It's really dark. To be fair, it's really dark.
Okay. Right, we can leave then. Wait, are
Oh,
you
okay.
Wait, no, it's
God.
Ah!
Oh.
That's not what I said. Oh! This needs to be in more games. This needs to be in more games. This is game of the year. Game of the year. Game of the year already. This needs to be in more games. Let me choose my button labels, because I guarantee you, for some reason, everyone thinks you're either playing keyboard and mouse or a fucking Xbox controller, or it doesn't detect it right, and you have to do some fucking magic trick to make it display your correct buttons. Holy shit! This is the first time I've ever seen a game do this. There might be other games that do this, and to you, I apologize. But holy shit! Game of the year!
Okay. Mission failed. We'll get
What
them next
the
time.
fuck happened? I went to go shoot my shotgun at a wall and I killed myself.
Maybe there was an explosive thing on the other side of the wall.
It's really simple. It's literally keyframing. I can keyframe. I can do that. Yeah. That means that I'm qualified to work. Oh, do we have the fucking resources for this?
I told you we are stuck. I'm working on
Just put it in reverse, dude. I'm sure that will.
Yeah, let me throw in the reverse
There
gear
your
real
trash
quick.
can. Ew. I saw that, young lady. What do the green ones do?
I think they're fine. They'll make you a little sport.
Hello. Alright, yeah, I need to make sure I don't put a category on when I'm overwatching. Hello! I am back. Thank you for waiting. You guys ready to open some fucking loot boxes and get garbage with me? Me too! Let's go! So, because it's the anniversary and they changed the way things are going to work, last time we got one of each, now we're getting two of each, and then I think next week, if we hit the goal,
We're gonna get 3 of each. Thankfully, because I have done all of my missions, I just have to play the games. I don't have to fucking do any of this classic bullshit. Which, thank fuck for that, because that was horrible. Well, it wasn't the worst, it was just boring. It was really boring. But now we can just get started. We'll open these ones first. Oh great, at least this will stop appearing in my shop now.
Assistance is all you need.
That's cute. Oh, look at Bob! He's got some cookies. Very cute. Okay. Some more garbage.
Let's see how powerful that laser really is.
I have this under control.
Dude, it's really quiet. I will be home soon, so try it. Probably too loud. Okay, so now we have the epic ones. They're guaranteed to have at least one epic. Yeah, no, okay.
No one left behind.
Good foot.
Cool. Hey, this could be a funny spray, I guess. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Oh, sick icon. Hey, it's got pumpkins on it. We'll take. Dude, this is garbage. Okay, right. It's fine. It's fine. Because these legendaries, it's gonna be insane. I'm gonna get something really cool for like maybe Wu Yang or. Okay, who do I want like a legendary skin for? Mizuki ain't got one. That's fine. Maybe I get the angel life weaver. I don't even know if it's in the pool. Or I like was there a Wu Yang skin I wanted? Can you get this in loot boxes? Maybe I could get this. This would be cool. Or poolside would also be cool. What else would be cool? Maybe a cool Zen skin, or maybe a cool, I don't know. Let's fucking see. Let's see. Let's open them. Alright. Oh, I got an epic in this as well. Are you fucking kidding me? Another Kiriko skin! Another one! Are you shitting me right now? And another... I got Symmetras. I have Symmetras and Junos, and now I have Genjis. This isn't even a joke. This is a fucking... I have all of these... Every single Kiriko skin I have here... I didn't buy a single... These were drops. I didn't buy this. I didn't buy this. These are from loot boxes. Alright, it's fine, because this time I'm gonna get something I really wanted. You know what it is? Honestly, I don't mind the magical girl skins. I do love a good magical girl. Just not on Widow. But you know what it is? It's because this game knows full well they're like, this fuck-ass crow is just gonna buy the skins they want. So what's the point in giving them the skins that they'll just buy them?
In the Emperor's name. Extraterrestrials can be human too.
Mama could be a tratara. A very cool girly pop. Yeah, but the thing is the reason I'm disappointed is because look at the current Widow skin I have. How am I ever beating this? Why do I have every single... Wait, oh no, it's 13 out of... There we go. Let's say. I have also 5 Widow skins. This one, I think did this come with the game when I bought it? I have Sylvanas Widow? When did I get this? I used to really like using I think it was this one. Widow skins are usually really, really good anyway, but... Why do I have Sylvanas Widow? I'm equipping it. Probably gonna piss off Daniel if I have this on. But this one is also really cute, you know what I mean? Anyway, I'm so happy I got that garbage. Is the fucking... No, they're not out. It's not even out. Anna's skin isn't even out. What do you mean? Cool. Hello, Drew. How's it going? Alright, if anyone would like to play some Overwatch, you can speak now or forever hold your peace. I made Sakrissa jealous of Sylvanas Widow. She can have it. It's okay. It's all hers. I'll see if I can contact Drew Levin to do an account transfer or something. I don't play Widow. Oh. Thank you. What is this? Oh, you guys are like already in the party? I was hoping that I'd be able to get... Oh, I don't even know where he is. Like, I like my Diablo skin, do not get me wrong. But like... The skin is just aura. Look at it. It's so fucking aura. Please remain calm. I don't even care for his prism skin that much, honestly. You think Life Weaver has 0 aura? Are you fucking kidding me? I think this skin is insane. I think there's another version of it. I keep getting this in my shop. I thought there was another one of it. Oh yeah, Frozen Seer. That one's not as great, but the fucking Harbinger is crazy.
Zelksprechtens 9 all months Zelksprechtens.
Whoa, thank you so much for the tier 1 resub. Happy 9 months. Thank you so much. What we calling the baby. And how's it going? Who else joining? I don't know if anyone else is joining. Please remain calm. The end has arrived. We cannot save you. Enjoy the ride. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed my suffering through that. I can't wait to see that Winter got absolutely amazing stuff in his loot boxes. A cold setting on? Oh, you got a cold? A summer flu? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon. God, having a fever in this weather would drive me insane. Didn't take screenshots, it was bad, dude. Wait, what did you get for your legendary skins? Weather got hot, I got a cold, yeah. Sometimes, I think it's to do with the change, the drastic change in weather can do that. If he says it's bad, it's gotta be bad. Watch him have like Lego Bastion or some shit. Played with the Lego Bastion the other day. Apparently that skin is super rare. Not as rare as the Zarya one, but still super rare.
Vote for a map.
I'm gonna vote for the Peninsula. You've got Lego Bastion. I think it's just because you can't get it anymore, so...
Arriving at Atlantic Peninsula.
You know what? My legendaries weren't that bad. My legendaries were not that bad. Nerf Bastion. Do you guys... Is there anyone you guys think I should play? Tracer? I can't. I'm support. There isn't even a support like Tracer that I could pick instead. Should Mercy? I can play... Drifter? That's not even a fucking... I have work now. Nice! You wanna join? We have a spot free. Daniel, you missed that I have a Sylvanas skin for Widow. I put it on just for you. Please choose what you want. I was asking you guys. I am really not the best Mercy though, so enjoy this. I've been playing a lot of Wu Yang and Life Weaver lately. It's okay, don't worry. What? Holy shit, alright. Oh, it's... Yeah, I'm not playing Mercy into fucking ball. We're gonna play Anna into ball. Hope you get cowpox. Me too, honestly. Yeah, stay away. And not a heal was done. Honestly crazy. I can't, I want to go... I fucking can't, dude. I need to remember I'm playing Anna. I would love to, but I can't. I gotta be careful of that Widow. What am I doing? What am I actually doing? Blame lag? I will, actually. You're so right. Fuck off. Get away. The wall is fully healed! You listen here, you little fucking kidding me, Sombra. It's okay, she's garbage. That was very mean of me. I will not be hitting you.
I must keep my skills sharp.
Let the dragon consume you.
Stand up straight.
Look, they don't have... Fuck off!
Accept one.
Go away! What is bro's plan?
No shortage of work to do.
Sir Fat Hammond, I love that picture. Guys, I need to show you Fat Hammond. I should probably do this. Oh, and now they have a fucking... I saw that coming, but... I'm just doing whatever. Honestly... And then one. It's just fucking god. I've got fat Hammond in my head. No, I'm doing my best. Right, go.
Get in there.
Okay. Having fun is more important. I need to show you if I have it. Ugh. And I need to get off of Anna, but I feel like she's the only thing I can pick against Hammond.
They're taking the objective. Focus our defenses. Fortified.
Winter! What the fuck was?
Best round lost. Pass into the unknown. Score 0-1.
I don't know what to say.
Watch our flanks. They might try something.
Wait, where is Fat Hammond? I need Fat Hammond. I'm sure they won't mind
4, 3, 2, 1.
me just taking 2 seconds. Look at this guy. It's Fat Hammond. You can go in the corner there for now.
Turn this around. Everyone, focus.
Do I still want to play this? Sure. I'll play Anna still. I did say round 2. What do you mean? This is unranked because it's a control map. Excuse me. Okay. I turned my monitor off. What did I miss?
You'll have to try harder than that.
Ahoy! Hello, Fox. How's it going? Dude, the fucking Zed is just there. How was Overwatch? It's... I don't know what to say.
I'm not finished.
Don't worry. I will.
Taking care of you.
It's so fucking bad. Oh my god. Oh dear. Hey, Healing Sisters 5 the dive sim. I mean, we're chilling. They have a lot of dive and it's just quick play. And I am playing on stream. Which if you did not know means that I I got the last kill and fuck. I play like ass when I'm on stream, so
of the game.
Winter, you can get my endorsement next round, seen as whatever that ult was. That's just the end. Oh, I didn't die, it's fine. I will be voting myself, of course. You've been healing all the walls? Yeah, thank fuck for that, eh?
Winner. Someone needs to show how it's done.
Yeah, I didn't die, I lived. She is the unserious one, what, me? Yeah. I lived. And you can't prove it otherwise. Is it in the shop yet? Where is this fucking... They said it was dropping today. Did they just not drop everything at the same time? Just drop it fucking randomly? Numbani. We're not playing with goats, so I get to vote Numbani as a little treat. Wait, is that Orisa skin the other skin you got for your legendaries? You know what, Winter? You know what? You know what? My legendary loot boxes compared to your guys was fucking amazing. Holy shit. Okay, what do I... Oh, Junkertown! What do I play in Junkertown? Guys, what do I want to play? I don't know what I want to play. Maybe I should have a channel point redeem for like 4 points. You get to pick my hero. Hamster, I can't play. I'm support.
Spend every moment.
Do you see how every other hero's icon is grayed out? That means I can't pick them because I'm support. I can only. This is quick play, so I don't get to. It's not like 6v6 or anything. What's character number 2? Fucking cat. You know nothing about this game. Play Echo? Right. Okay, guys. Where's... There's a soldier there. Your aunt died. Can't heal you in there.
We have company.
Up and at it.
Dude, this guy just keeps appearing. This is fucking pop-up soldier. What is this? Did they change? They did. Oh, they all got blocked by fucking Orisa. That's the fastest I've ever seen someone switch off of Ryan. That's not who I wanted to pull. You are anti-heal. No, no, no.
No one can survive my sight.
I don't want to be near him, and I'm jumping right into the middle of everyone. I'm such an idiot. Do I go care? Go here instead. Hello, Mira. How's it going? I love just jumping in the middle of everyone like an idiot. I hate that when the payload gets that close to the door and it's just like, dude, you've got like 2 entry points. Okay. You do you, Freya. One of our damage dealers left the game. A second G is it? Dude, Lifeweaver's ult is so easy to charge up, it's crazy. What's she shooting? Whoa!
Life protects life.
Wait, what happened? Well, hopefully she doesn't ult, because I just used my... Oof, nice shot. Holy shit. I mean, to be fair, like, Linta probably does have a lot of work to catch up on, so I'm surprised he's playing right now. Unless you still can't work. Which, that kind of fucking sucks. Because that's gonna be, like, a big pain in the ass to deal with. Alright, no one let Orisa ult on you for another, like, 10 seconds, please. Ah, fuck. Well. I'm so overstimulated right now. Oh, the turret is a pain. Pay attention, I caught, dude. I will not lie to you, usually I excel a bit better when I'm listening to music while playing games. Overwatch is not one of those games where that is true. Just fucking get the fuck out of here. It works.
Couldn't have done better.
Keys jingling? No, I need Kesha in my left corner of my screen. Just screaming.
The warmth of firelight.
Enemy turret here! Hylar! Fire!
Reloading, I'm afraid.
I don't know where I put that turret.
You're better off with me. Life from life. Life protects life.
Dude, the tree is the best thing because you just place it down and then you don't have to heal. You can just shoot people. It's great. Big Hammond in the corner. Look at him. Isn't he great?
Play of the game.
I'm overloading.
Oh, it wasn't even turret kills. Sick. That works. Should I move him over to the other corner? I think he's covering Ghost. Hello Jinx, how's it going? Download this game so you can play one day if you want. I wouldn't force you to. I know Overwatch is not everyone's cup of tea. I've just been a little playing it a lot lately. You should force me to spend time with you. Hello Sam, how's it going? The shop is just spinning? Oh, mine too. Oh, I got a loot box. Oh, it's an anniversary one. Yes! Finally! Oh, Jesus. Just like Destiny 3, right? Finally got this. The forbidden icon. It's the best icon. You don't like that icon. It's my favorite icon. Yeah, shop is spinning for me as well. Fucking goddammit. Fuck. I gotta update Overwatch. Where's my... I just closed the game. Yeah, there's a new shop drop. It just fucking closed the game. A second. My PC was not screaming for help. I don't know what you're talking about. I just gotta update the game. You guys are gonna have to try and convince me not to buy the Ana skin when I see how good it is. Ooh. Wait, David, are you still in chat? It looks good. I'm not a big fan of broccoli and cheese. That looks real creamy. Hammond. Dude, are fucking Overwatch advertising like their own version of Professor in their client? That's crazy. Beep 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 beep. Oh, is this the golden one? 4 legendary skins. Are you ready for this? 4 legendary skins. You know what's hilarious? I have this skin and I have this skin. I have both of these skins. Are you guys ready for some absolute fucking garbage? Let's go! Da 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 da. Honest, 2 Ash skins? Honestly, not bad. Fuck the bunny skin. I'm putting that one on. Holy shit! This is not bad at all. Oh, this is adorable. Look at Bob. Bob is so dapper. Fuck yeah. Okay, I'm honestly not upset. It could be worse. It could be worse. Let's see. Let's see. Why does Emery look like... Hello, Ramat.
Leave a broken world behind.
Oh, it glows.
Guys, I'm gonna have to ask you to look away for just a second. Guys, I'm gonna have to ask you to look away for just a second. Can you guys close your eyes? The Reinhardt one is... Oh my god, the fucking Ramatra staff? Whoa! Wait, that's so cool! Holy sh... Look at it! Wait, what does Anna's weapon look like? Honestly, it's not bad. The maid one is the best. It is. It is. It's made out of Genji's head. Everyone's really pissed at Reinhardt because I think Reinhardt... It was supposed to be Venture. Oh yeah, I have Mercy's skin for this. Wait! This is so unfair! This is in my fucking shop! Wait! No! This is unfair! They fucking brought it back! It's in my shop! I want to reroll! That's so fucked up. Ryan's looks incredible. It's because it was supposed to be for Hazard, I think. Or who was it? I think it was Hazard. Anyway, I'm gonna have to ask you guys to close your eyes. Well, let's see these guys is. Oh, you got Grillmaster 76? That's pretty good. Hey, Winter, Grillmaster 76 is a good skin. Fuck, all this Hazard hate. You know, like Soldier, you're bad on him? Then be good at him. I don't know what to tell you. Hey, it's his best skin at least. Listen, you could have gotten like... I don't know. How much do I need? Wait, if I buy this... I get the panda fucking cat skin. This might be a win-win. I mean, I'm not buying anything. But if I were... You didn't hear that. Or that. Welcome back. I don't know why it was so like all the black screen for. What was that all about? Alright. I cannot invite Sakrissa. She's been okay. I got this with it would probably suit a bit better, but that's okay. My new outfit, I just got it in a loot box just right now. I just opened it off stream just now. Guys, I basically got 2 skins for £8. How great is that? Crazy luck, thank you. The thing is I preferred this one. I know this is like it's like a black and white cat's tuxedo, but this one's got glasses, you know. Damn. I want some broccoli now. Yeah, jetpack, yeah. So, funnily enough, jetpack cat's only 2 skins besides besides the you know, the generic rare skins that it comes with. Are these skins are both behind, like, you had to buy them in a starter pack, basically. These are esports skins. We love paywalls. It's kind of silly when you think about it. It looks like the new Anna skin. I got it in the loot box just now. Insane streamer luck, basically, yeah. Basically. Wait, are you just queued for... Oh no, Phil. But it looked like you queued for just tank. Well, you are tank. Actually, I don't know why you bothered queuing for Phil. We got 3 damage and healers. You can get it from a box. Drew11 told me so.
Select a map. Traveling to Dorado.
Oh, she looks insane. And she's got the bandage over the mask. Crazy.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
You leave a winner or an elephant.
I know that look.
Papa Jeff? Jeff doesn't work in Overwatch anymore, does he?
Someone dear to me. The path to redemption is trying.
It's not pleasant, but you'll see it was worth it in the end.
I hope so.
Anna's such a wee cutie. I love her voice line with Widowmaker. Where she's like beefing with Widow. Widow threatens to take out her other eye, and she says, I would still be better.
We have everything we need.
We have a sniper too. Shield. We are frontline Anna-ing it. Million overhealth. It's a shield, I think.
Hard work is rewarded.
Guys, should I nano the Mercy? So horrible. The green goblin mask is telling me to nano the Mercy. Well. I thought that was gonna give a little bit more health than it did. My bad, Chief. Green is overhealth, is it? What's the shield that he gets? Where does he get the overhealth from? Because he gets a shield that he can give to other people. Hey guys. Hate Mei. Mei has the saddest fucking story in Overwatch, I swear. Don't worry guys, I anti-healed that fucking Life Weaver petal.
Keep fighting.
I think she's wanting the bob. Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Keep an eye out.
But god, I fucking hate Mei. Well, great, not that.
You're powered up. Get in there. You made the right.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
You've never woken up to your dead friends and colleagues in an Arctic environment. It's she had to see them. And you know, someone also had to fucking sort that out. Where the fuck did the May come from? One thing, quick. You man, ducking.
Not finished.
Otte Asti. He's got the bumpy. Otte my man. He's got the frisbee. Moving like cornflakes. Rice Krispies. Okay, go with me. Is that the Mercy mythic skin?
Do something!
There is a fucking hamster. I'm getting bullied at this point.
You'll have to try harder than that.
Okay. It was 1, 2, 3, and 4. Forgot about the dead part? Yeah, because their fucking tanks failed. Will you see him? I'm gonna spin his jaw.
Keep fighting.
Winter just insta fucking got popped there. Holy shit.
You're powered down. Get in there. With it.
I did not rely enough. You fucking stop! Good May. Oh, he is. I missed that. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
I can't walk. The minute I walk out, someone is auto-attacking me. I'm sorry, I can't heal you. That's why she's evil now. They had to compensate for her sad backstory by making her the literal spawn of Satan in-game. I despise May. Zarya and May I ban every time. Is that a diva? Okay, they ulted Bastion, but don't give a shit. Okay, that's whatever, I suppose.
I'm not finished. You're powered up. Get in there.
Learn how to play.
You won't regret it. Covering you.
I can hop anywhere.
Not the first, not the last.
That's awkward. Learn how to play and then they lost the game. Unlucky.
Play of the game.
And he got play of the game.
Epic.
Wait, the fucking Bastion skin. That's kind of cool. Ramen fucking Bastion. Guys, can we all appreciate something really quickly? At first, I didn't care for it. Like the skin, I didn't really care for it. But it's really fucking cute. Oh.
Choose your map.
The shoulders. I don't want to defend. I always like attacking. I hate defend. Okay. Landslide, I guess. Whatever. I see how it is, team. I don't vote Nambani. I don't vote King's Row. But when I don't want to do defense, no one else will vote random. Oh, it's so fucking clean. Look at how crisp it is. Yeah. Everyone else is on defense.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Boom,
The
boom,
older I get, the faster the years go.
It's likely that time is passing at the same rate it always has. Barring relativistic effects, of course.
You good,
I like
Chief?
it better when you are talking to yourself.
Anna, that's fucking rude, bro.
This is such a
Very
misuse
rude.
of my technology.
What the fuck is that?
Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
Why does this creep have like an insane fucking pumpkin emote? Oh, it might be over. Oh! Jesus Christ! Fucking Tracer, bro. I think the thing that pisses me off the most about Tracer is like... Well, I guess it makes sense, but she rewinds, she gets all her health back, and it removes the fucking... any effects that it had on her. I get it, I guess, it's rewinding time, it just makes sense, you know, but it doesn't make me any less saltier. Wait. I'm really fucking bad at throwing my grenade. Heart, thank you for the self-care check. You calling Sigma or the player freak? Yes. How is it going? Oh shit. Ooh. Oh, that's not good for them. Jesus, okay, I'm sorry! He can wear shoes, no problem, but he wants to grip his feet. It turns out that apparently, allegedly, it's to sell the whole asylum look. I don't think it does personally. I think he just looks like a freak, but... Oh, well.
We should not be letting them advance. Attack.
I've got you. Hard work is rewarded. You're powered up. Get in there. Keep fighting.
I'm okay. I'm sorry to hear you're not doing the best. I hope things do get better. Be looking for a shelter? No. Maybe. We'll have it up. I'm not doing anything this game. Holy shit. Oh, I'm glad that the little hell is doing better. Ugh, fuck me. It is really warm. You guys shoot the sun? What if we all just shot the sun at the same time? Dude, that firefighter Wu Yang skin is quite possibly the biggest fucking scam ever. Oh, hopefully it doesn't get the shot of him killing me. Which it won't. I lived. I lived again. What can I say? I literally lived.
Epic.
I lived. I don't know what to tell you. It's only the beginning of the warm period. It's not even summer. I know.
Winner. Simple arithmetic.
Don't shoot the sun, it'll go out. Honestly, I would prefer to freeze rather than boil. I ain't gonna lie to you, Chief. Ooh. Another loot box. We're gonna get in this one. I wonder what? Yeah, I prefer Evil Emery, actually. Evil Emery is hot.
Vote for your map.
What are these? Can I get put in an ice pod until summer is over? I would like that too. Whew. Okay, right. Good. Fat Hammond would freeze too. Guys, what if I can't play fucking Anna on this. I'll play some Kiriko. What if I did this? What if I
I'll find my own path. Stay in sight, and I'll keep you safe.
Perfect.
You leave a winner or in a coffin.
Incredible.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
No one will even know. Maybe unless, like, if I go somewhere, like, super dark.
Let me balance you out.
The objective is now.
There's plenty of me to go around.
People will think they're losing it. No one will know. I can see it, kind of. Oh, that's not the best.
Watching this location. From nature. I need some help. Thank you.
Let this calm the fuck down, please. I cannot fucking hit the fucking auto on this bitch, honestly. Oh, if I press tab, it's very obvious.
I don't give up that easily.
Oh my god. They have an Ana. I really should be saving my Suzu.
Like a gentle rain. My ultimate is ready. Join me. They're attacking me.
I'm just fucking heal thing right now. I tried. Ooh. He's just there. He is just there. And no one will ever know after 300 damage. What is wrong with me? I'm actually just heal botting. Oopies. Well, sometimes it's okay to heal bot. Nice, Woodward. I got Suzu. I miss my Suzu.
The battle ignites me.
There's a fucking Freya, yeah. Not that it matters. Holy shit. Ah, look at him! There he is! I think I need to make it more subtle.
It's harder to keep you alive when you're distracted.
Nice work out there.
There we go. And then we can just put this little guy over there still. You get double dose.
They're going to throw everything they have at us, but it won't be enough.
Kakoya? Feels good, huh? I'm grateful. Now we're talking. Let's give it to Let me balance you out.
Underestimate me at your own peril.
Honestly.
Forced retirement does wonders.
Sick.
Under my protection. Over there. I need some help. Looks so
Enough, Suju. What the no?
Deploying rock unit.
That was unlucky. I could not heal you, I was dead.
Uncalled for.
Oh, what the fuck? I was not expecting you guys to be like here.
Eyes on the sky.
We should wait, we don't have... Ah, fuck it.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Oh, it's... Unfortunate. You got mugged. I shouldn't have forced that, I suppose.
I'm here. I'm on fire.
Ow. My weapon accuracy is phenomenal. No one look at my damage, please.
Solar boost administered.
Why does this sound so close?
Taking this point. Off cards, proud way.
Carried on the wind.
Hello, Christian. How's it going? I'll just keep my team alive. I don't have Suzu. I'm Suzu again. Fucking beat their ass!
Let the kitsune
She's like, oh, fucking hit her, bro. I'm okay, thank you for asking. Thank you for the nano.
Play of the game.
Jesus. Nice Blaze, I wouldn't say that, but they work, you know? 3 jobs, nice. I hope you're able to get something comfortable for you. Especially since I remember they were not treating you so well at your current one, right? They were kind of taking the fucking piss.
Epic.
From the sounds of it. The toxicity of our city, He keeps flashing at the screen! Secret silence is sweet. Somewhere between the sacred silence and sweet. Disorder. That's on them. It's way easier for me to find a new job for them to hire someone else. Exactly. Fucking stick it to them. Turn at the flex screen. It's crazy. I want a fan, please. Hi, Ghost. Hello. Can I help you? It's only 8 o'clock.
Welcome to Circuit Royale.
Hi. Very warm. Of our city, of our city. What do I want to play? No! Somewhere between the sacred silence and sweet. I'll play Wu Yang. Between the sacred silence and sweet.
You know what they say? Just go with the flow. This'll be smooth sailing.
One more mission, huh? I'm in.
Don't worry, I brought a Dolch. That's what these bullets feel like. Just heat-seeking.
No unnecessary
Always good to hydrate.
Sacred silence and sweet. Between sacred silence and sweet. Oh no, monkey.
No time to stand around.
Oh, everyone is dead. This might not be a Wii Yang game. What kind of game is this?
Not gonna get me down. Spend every moment growing into who you truly are.
You love this song? Oh, you like Eurodab? What Eurodab? What am I talking about? No, it is Eurodab, right? No, this is the combination before Eurodab. It wasn't who I meant to pull. No, please! No, please! Didn't Eurovision just happen? How'd that go? It was alright. I don't really care for the winners. I added Croatia, Serbia, Greece, and Moldova songs to my playlist. The winner was Bulgaria. Where the fuck did this Junkrat come from? I didn't even know. Not a bad Hall of Playlist ads. Yeah, my favorites were definitely Croatia and Serbia.
The payload is advancing. Hardly ideal.
Yeah.
Life protects life.
Throw this down. I heal you through this fucking shield. Please! I'm getting fucking mauled. Winton indeed. I should be pinging more, honestly. I just don't ever ping.
Never looked better.
An enemy.
Winborn. Come here, baby.
Oh no.
I prefer the payload when it wasn't moving.
Don't have full. Fucking leave me alone, you stupid ape! God fucking damn it, this guy. I wanna play Anna right now. I want to play. Honestly, I just wanted to play some Wu Yang, but it's just not working out, you know what I mean? He's just a simple Winton. He's a very complex Winton.
Better off with me.
No, fuck off, bro. God damn. What a menace.
I prefer the payload when it wasn't moving. Let's perk you up.
They revived someone.
Over there. Guys, hi. Perfection at the height of need. I'm not sure refreshing.
Oh, it's very clumsy, but that works.
Feeling better,
Step Rider.
Life protects life.
I don't know. Is this guy? Where is he? He's at the top again? No, he's behind us. When the fuck did he get there? He was just behind us. Did he jump down from the back? Maybe. Ugh.
Serve by design.
Let's put a stop to that payload.
Scorch the sky. Now I'm really fired up.
I'm really fucking up these petals.
Don't bother, sir.
Better than you. Better up high, isn't it?
Yeah, Linton lived through all of that. This guy's crazy.
Enemy over here.
Excuse me. What the fuck is your problem?
Now you're perfect. Life protects life.
I got to save one person, and whoever it was a fucking lottery, so... Oh no, I can't heal you. Fucker! He got me. He's like 2 HP though.
Payload is advancing. Hardly ideal.
Can't heal you through that. Oh, unfortunate.
Scorch the sky. I'm on fire.
About to get through another try.
Oh no! Ah, what a pain. Jesus wept. Oh, what a fucking menace of a Winston, bro. This guy was fucking unhinged. I was trying. I was really trying.
Epic.
Oh. Rough 36 elims. Just a wee bit dead eye. Why'd I say like that? Hammond. Maybe I become a Hammond main. Maybe that's my calling. Hammond is my calling. Should I pick it up? It's always funny when Freya ults and I'm on life lever. Whoever whoever the game decides is living is the one that is going to be living, you know? Yes, my contribution's 51.
Choose your map.
Soup good? Soup good. Gives you an idea? Oh boy. Come on! We finally got attack and we can't do a fucking payload? Are you kidding me? Whatever. Unless you want the cat, I can play something else. Play Life Weaver. I'm trying to be a very versatile support. Very, very versatile.
Spend every moment growing into who you truly are. I wish violence never solved anything. It would make peace so much easier.
Fucking people need shit out of here. Oh no, not Hazard. Get it down! I hate that. I hate that so much. Don't need to heal up while the enemies are dead. That's true. There you go. Oh. Well. I was trying to save the grip for if anyone decided to take a jump down the hole, but it would appear... Oh no, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead! Dude, I've been seeing so many Orissas lately, honestly. Suppose on this map it's usually Orisa Roadhog. What? Mind control.
Life protects life. Pass into the iris. Take care. Very well.
Alright, I don't have push, no one get thrown. What's she doing?
Lift your friends up, I always say. Time for spring.
They're all so low.
Got you in my sight.
Okay. I think Winter just got play the game.
Thank goodness you're here.
I have tree. Alright, let's not get too cocky. Why does the Orisa just keep ulting off cooldown? I'm assuming that's what's happening.
BM? Is that it?
Enemy here. Life protects life.
Guys, there's an Arista on the fucking point, please. Thank you.
An absolute blessing. Bring in the rain.
Bring in the rain! Holy shit.
Claiming the dead.
Cool. Wow. What?
I could do this on my own. Probably faster too.
Dude, in this fucking mythic, Reaper's voice is incredibly like bassy. Like very old studio. Shut up. Shut up. Away you go. This away you go.
Away you go. Time for spring.
Holy fuck, you were lucky I fucking got that in time. I don't have pull. Yeah, I hit all of those, by the way. Ah! So you have to fucking kick the fuck out of me, holy shit. The voice actor is Scottish, yes, but the thing is he's done that thing where it's like, oh, like he's a lovely guy, the voice actor. The voice actor like freak is very into Overwatch, very into the character, but I feel like Blizzard told the guy to be like, you know, you need to make sure they know you're Scottish, so make sure that you sound like that.
You're better off with me.
Hello Joker, how's it going? He's extreme Scottish, right? I think he definitely exaggerates it, you know what I mean? Oh, sorry. I have a tree. I am not Life Weaver. I am Death Weaver. I don't pull.
Life from life. Bring in the rain!
Nice BM, I guess. But yeah, I think that they were like, you need to make sure that they know you're definitely Scottish, and it's very, very, very like, you know, Okai the Nano type shit, you know? Like you can tell when this person is doing the voice acting, they're going like this with their mouth, they're going like, eh, you know? Very, very animated. Your damnation. But the guy is lovely, so I can't really like, you know.
It was nothing, really.
Do you know how like Moira talks? Moira is Irish, but it is very, you know, she's just talking like, you know, similar to like in Blake Manor. It's very subtle, it's just talking, you know? Well, the people that are Irish in Blake Manor. If Hazard did that, I think it would be nicer.
Oh, we got a normal loot box. What we got? Fucking garbage. Haven't I?
Killed you somewhere before.
Or somewhere, yeah. Here is the problem. No, Blizzard is the problem, probably. And we're back to defense! But now we're on defense, everyone is voting Hollywood, of course, because they're on attack. But yeah, Moira is very subtle, very spoken a bit more softly. Honestly, with the skin that I wear, if she hadn't spoken like Irish Gaelic, I wouldn't have clocked on that she was fucking Irish. Alright, I don't care what you guys say, I don't care what happens, I will play with Yang. For salvation.
You know what they say? Just go with the flow.
We'll give it all we've got, and hope that's enough.
Did you guys know that the voice actor for Emre also voices the one of the Hunt Showdown characters? He voices the mask wearer, the Turkish one. There's a whole cinematic for it. Whereas VA is a pretty big star in Star Wars, I didn't know that. But then again, I don't really consume Star Wars media. I forget his name. What's his name? The guy that tells the story. And obviously, you know, of course, Ramatra's voice actor is Aatrox. Cassidy's voice actor is who's that Mercer voice? Fucking Warwick or some shit like Gangplank. I can never remember. Is there an Ash? Oh, there is. Matt Mercer is the Cassidy voice actor, but I'm trying to think of who in League of Legends. I think it's either Warwick or Gangplank. I can never remember which one. We're just chilling, I guess. Oh, that's not good. I didn't need to do this. I didn't need to click me. I meant to press Q to cancel it instead of right click. I'm so used to pressing right click to cancel it, but it cast me myself. Gangplank and Kindred Wolf. Ah, that's why. That's why I keep thinking it's Warwick, because I remember it's a fucking wolf.
wish you could shoot and like spray at the same time. Ow.
I'll get them this time.
Watch it. We're outnumbered. Teşekkürler. Payload shouldn't be moving.
You win those. Nice. Shroud from Dispatch? Shroud? Oh shit. You guys, oh, okay.
Let's clean up those wounds. Enemy spotted. I'll protect you.
I should be going up there, honestly. Yeah, my Mercer does a lot of voice acting work.
Come and get me.
I found that payload.
I'll protect you. Reverse the time.
Wait, is that like line of sight too? I want to keep playing this guy, but I might not be able to.
Our minds are shackled. Submission is the key. We must get them off the payload.
Wait, when up she goes.
Preparing is gonna make them. That shadow consume you.
Hey, thanks.
Fucking Christ. Didn't have my dash. Holy shit.
The payload is moving. Perhaps we should stop it. Receive my aid. Enhancing the vitals.
Everyone is there. Mizuki has, well, go figure, Mizuki has ult. He hasn't used it in a whole minute.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Dominance.
Okay, we have our perks at least. She's still up there.
Be cautious.
Eyes on the scout!
Surrender your soul.
She's still up there. I missed! I missed the fucking... Oh, I'm such an idiot. You know what? That's my bad, guys. I'm so sorry. That's so my bad. Holy shit. Oh dear.
Play of the game.
Oh my fucking god, Stevie. That's freaking brilliant! What the fuck? And thank you for the like, clarinet. Best of luck with work. That's amazing. Oh dear. Helmond. Oh my god, that's great. Oh my god, it's massive. Wait, it doesn't have the background. Oh my god, it's huge. Oh my god, it's fucking huge.
Now traveling to Busan.
Are we playing Busan? Okay. There we go. We need the background.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, no, we don't.
Round 1. Capture.
I'll do that
the
later.
objective.
I should not grief my team for Hammond. Thanks for the self-care check and the positive affirmation. Shit, I'll have to go cat. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is terrifying, it's amazing. Cause the affirmation, you know, I am... You know, I've gone pretty good at Overwatch. I think I've improved. Look at that. Boom, I killed him. Honestly, as soon as I can kind of like... Get out of here. Grasp a hold of a game. I think I improve pretty well at games. Thank you for the positive affirmation. Look, sometimes I say it, sometimes I don't. I don't even know if that was a good enough one. I'm struggling. Brain. It's warm. Ezreal? What the fuck? Where's the... I don't even know where she is. She fucking put me out of my misery. Imagine being chased by a cat in a battle mech. They don't have to imagine. I did that. I'm not healing at all. I'm just fucking being a pure menace. Oh, she missed. I can't ult. That's a Widowmaker that jumps on the point. Holy shit. That's a Widowmaker that jumps on the point when they need to cap it or touch it. Holy shit. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. The joke is that usually when there's a Widowmaker, they would rather stand like fucking 5 feet away, aim down sight, rather than touch a point that's about to reach 100% or whatnot. They're about to lose the game. I'm cheering for Tyrael. Fuck Tychus. Perspective is crazy because here it kind of looks like I'm like, okay, I'm like near enough Sana. I turn around and I'm behind it.
Capture the objective.
It's a fun Easter egg. Yeah, it's cute. Switch to Ashe. I should probably start actually healing, huh?
My gratitude.
Fucking rock them. Oh, they got the cool Sigma skin.
Bye-bye. I saw her use her fucking grapple. Silly Billy. Holy shit, she fucking fell. Pretty good with the cat? Not really. But thank you, I appreciate it. Sorry, I feel like I'm very fucking messy with the cat. What? What? What the fuck did I do? Look, she used the thing. Put a pro, thank you. I mean, that's on her. Look, it's quick play, so I'm not gonna fucking sit here and psychoanalyze or be like, oh, she did this wrong, but I'm just saying, if there's a cat, point is like 99% cap nearly, basically, and the cat hasn't ulted that game, I would be saving my fucking grapples, so all I'm saying. Blue box. These are just anniversary ones, so it doesn't really matter. You're supposed to get everything they basically shown in the anniversary loot box, which kind of sucks. That's kind of cool.
Vote from your map.
Absolutely fucking not. What is this? Oruna Sapi. Colosseo. Who is voting Picture World? No! Oh, whatever. Whatever. Who do I want to play? I'm just play some Zenyatta. Why not? Probe. Yeah?
Stick with me and you'll climb straight to the top.
Yeah.
Each day I grow stronger.
Yeah.
The man in the mirror never appears to change.
A mirror reflects only what can be seen.
Your platitudes will not work on
I guess
me
I will join
the way
in.
they did, my brother.
And yet, you sound just like he did.
I'll fight them.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Whose stompers is that? Yeah.
Thanks for patching me up. Cannot protect you.
Is she in here? Where is she?
Discord weakens them.
Never mind. Honestly, I feel like Zen autos and Kiri autos are very... Ow. Thank you. I think Zen autos and Kiri autos are very similar and like they feel like they hit like a truck, but Kiri autos, I cannot hit them for the life of me. I mean Zen autos as well, I suppose, but I do?
Let me assist you.
I'm the only one that died.
I see an enemy.
Please! She keeps doing this! Or they keep doing this, sorry. Turn around!
Challenge presents itself. My allies will soon return.
Right by you. Wait them off.
Oh, not the Shimada Empire. They have a fucking... I have ult.
My ultimate is ready. Experience tranquility.
I'm sure that Venture is not going to turn around and fucking... Oh shit. Oh. I'll just happily sit here and get carried, honestly. Thank you for the carry. This Venture.
Stay steadfast, and we shall win. We got him where we want. My ultimate is charging.
Wipe them off the payload.
No one can hide from my sight.
I'm sure this isn't going to have any bad repercussions. I took the Orisa.
One who fears loss has already lost.
Come in! On the point! Ah. Have a... Hi, Ghost.
Defeat cannot break one who perseveres. Experience tranquility. Is within your grasp.
Taste the Palapina thing.
Okay.
To defy me.
Ugh.
This one.
Here's adventure.
Pain isn't my ultimate. Is
Heroes
charging.
never die.
Should have both the last fight.
30 seconds remaining.
Or I'll get it at least.
Stand strong. We can do this.
Scale the Mahal!
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Snowy, hello! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I do apologize. Oh, you know what? It's fine. It's completely fine. You know what? Watch whatever play the game was, and I will send you to the raid video. But Snowy, thank you so much. Oh, this is probably where she just they fucking fucked us up. Yeah. And then they ulted, right?
Excavation initiation!
Crazy. Eating faster, faster, with the testosterone boys and alright.
Epic.
Okay, let me send you guys over to the raid video.
Hello Raiders. If you feel this stream isn't for you, or you have to leave for other things, don't worry about it. No one's going to chase after you, or hold any grudges. But if you feel like staying, then I hope you enjoy it here.
Hello, my name's Hel. I'm a PI Crow, private investigator by day. Oh, she's dead. Paranormal investigator at night.
Hands off, Dalamar.
That cat just spoke real life words to me. Prego illustrator at sunrises and sunsets. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Alright, I will never do that again. We're fucking gaming. Let's fucking go!
Eat it. Eat this one as well.
Why are you feeding them?
What the fuck is it?
No! Hello, welcome in, raiders. Snowy, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely time playing Rat Quest, whatever that is. Yeah, I hope you had a lovely time playing that. Please do feel free to let us know what the fuck that's all about, or don't if you don't want to. I completely understand. It is late. It is fucking warm. And you just got done streaming, you probably want to go get some rest and stuff. That's completely fine too. But for anyone new here, hello, I'm Hel. I won't do too much yapping about myself because it's what the raid video is for. But right now we're just playing some Overwatch. I'm not a particularly great Overwatch player, but it's a fun time. So you know, yeah, we're just chilling with some Overwatch. Cheesed your way a lot through it. Cool. I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy you got to do whatever that was. What the fuck? I thought you were like on a Forza grind at the moment. You're not playing that on stream? Is that like a more personal game? Oh, it's so warm. Excuse me. Can I help you? Well, this... Ugh. Where does it make the room too hot? So it's Rat Quest, I see. I'm playing. I don't know if you'll be down for it, but we do have a spot free if you want to play a few games. I don't know how much longer I'll be playing. Hello, Shika. How's it going?
Success is a mindset. Well, aren't you the jester?
You know what they say? Just go with the flow.
Do speak. I've learned a lot from my experiences.
Got like a cat team going on here.
5, 4,
And a bunny.
3, 2,
You know what? Bunnies represent.
capture objective
I'm supposed to activate.
I don't know, they have a general. Just gonna go to the point.
I must go your
Need to call it shower? Yeah, that's completely fine. I was just offering in case you felt like it. Cause yeah. Enjoy your cold shower. What's going on here? Suppose I should be healing. That does a criminal amount of damage. That works. Good job.
I appreciate the boost. Constructing my barrier. Hey,
What's that? Did you hear that? It's okay, this Mercy is keeping our team healed.
stay out of my way.
Lord knows I'm not. I guess I will payload.
Dynamite out. The forest will be clear. Constructing my barrier.
What's up, Hazard?
Addressing your injuries. Sword is not enough.
Tracer's still behind us. Holy shit, I kicked him in the fucking face, holy crap. Good work.
Play of the game.
Wow. Oh. I think this is like the first ult I seen Emery do. That was a little bit of a rough play of the game, I'm not gonna lie, Faint. I would consider moving homes, countries, potentially.
It's nice to be appreciated.
I hate it when I've gotten played a game in the past and it's just been fucking rotten and like it's just, you know, as they would say, clogged my tea because I didn't fucking hit anything. Besides maybe a last kill. And I'm just kind of sat there like, you know, like the monkey meme where he's like, with the side eye, that was me with my plays of the game. I'd like to get good with Baptiste. I feel like a good Baptiste is a fucking menace. Just not Esperanza, please. Please. No. Literally anything. Not Esperanza. My win rate on that map is probably the worst thing ever, actually. Okay, that's fine. On 180 ping, something about the way he shoots bugs out. I see. Chance to rock your socks off. Fuck. Can you still see the hamster? I feel like it's... Can you still see him? No? You get some ammo? Maybe. Oh no, it's still there. Sorry, expect the hell. No, I can play Anna, it's okay. Don't worry. Well, that's quite subjective, isn't it, really? But
Round one. I capture your objective. The broken was behind.
to be your little... You know what's funny? I think we started on this fucking map. Reloading. Hello, Melvin. How's it going? Oh, hello. Overwash, yeah. How you doing, Melvin?
One of these days I'll end up in Fiji.
Blow this fucker down. Come on, Gage, now it's time to blow doors down. I can get you on it's time to blow doors down. I have nano. I'm fucked. She's just soloed than me. No, so. As far as the pupils, honestly, it's not going too bad. We haven't like lost every game, so did we win that fight? Orisa solo, fucking running at me with. I can't get there. No. Fuck this heal. Talking about me? The guy that's Makias Loki lost his face and died. He's probably talking about me.
Science means going where outcomes are uncertain, but I am certain that we're going to have a great time.
I'm sorry, next time I will magically brainwash the Orisa to not run at me solo with the fucking Wu Yang ult on him. That's entirely my fault, and I should really think about what I've done by letting her do that. What's my plan here? Alright, I have nano. Just let me know when you want the nano.
I haven't lost my touch.
Monkey with prime capabilities to jump the health backs complaining about heals. I wouldn't be so upset if it was like something I could actually fucking control. But look at this, like, what do I do against this? I can't, Vayne, I'm sorry, it happened again. Okay.
A threat emerges.
I'll use nano wherever, I guess.
This is just the pinnacle. Asked to go Anna. Saving Nano for person who asked to go Anna. Don't get to use Nano on person who asked me to go Anna. But also at the same time just getting complained at because I'm playing Anna. You know, it's happened to me twice. I was dead! I was dead when you pinged that! Go.
Get in there.
I was dead! I got solo ulted by a fucking Wu Yang Orisa!
Adaptive circuits engaged. Orisa.
She's probably got ult. We don't have a Mercy I can nano boost.
Conducting analysis on the objective.
Sweet dreams. You're powered up. Get in there.
What is that melody?
Keep fighting. Round 2.
Holy shit. Oh.
Score 1.
I need to get one of those sticks with the finger pointing on the end of it.
He started both of them.
You will be the lightning that rides the storm.
I don't know if this is a map I can play Anna on, but we'll give it a go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Scanning.
Enemy. I see you.
I am grateful.
The objective is now
Look. Okay.
taking the objective.
Over here.
Support requested.
The hamster is haunting. Why are we all the way over there? What am I supposed to do?
You are under my guard.
I knew this was gonna happen. I knew this was gonna happen.
I still have some fighting.
We have such a better fight if we play by the point. But it's okay.
An enemy appears.
Cherry blossoms in the rain.
Enemy vector calculated.
She switched and ult. I don't like this angle, bro.
I go out on my terms.
I wanna know what I could do in your room.
I won't let you fall.
There it is again. Right, go.
Get in there.
Yeah, that's right. Focus me while your entire fucking team dies. Seriously, that's the third time that happened this game. Third fucking time. Oh, I get fucking solo ulted by this. Oh my god.
Of the game.
Are they gonna catch it? I wonder who voted for the Sigma. Wait, more than one person did? Oh, it's just a normal loot box. Come on, give me something good for what I just had to put up with.
Your eye in the sky.
Alright, thank you for playing, Faint. Thank you. I'll probably play like a couple more. Not the Hanzo skin, that's crazy. Oh. Oh, okay. Everyone has got... That's fine. Enjoy your food. Thank you for playing. Bye-bye. I will play a few more. It's still quite early and I didn't stream yesterday and the day before, so... Your system is still down? That means you'll get like extra time to play on to work on your stuff, right? Right? Great Trash Can, thank you for stopping by. Sleep well. Don't know why I'm looking at this, if it's gonna...
Spend every
Alright.
moment growing into who you truly are. Stay near, will you? I hate when people run off without me.
Let's, I should have played Mystery Heroes. Probably too late. Yeah, 40 degrees. Fucking feels like it, you know? It's so warm.
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Oh, right. You appreciate the nano? That's all I could do. I thought, honestly, I was surprised I survived against the fucking... the fucking tank charging into me with Wu Yang ult again.
Sniper ahead. Be careful.
Oh, it's not working. Mystery Heroes is just some really brains off good fun. My team are just... I am not sure what the plan is here. I'm sorry, team.
The payload has reached the checkpoint. Orisa is here.
Yeah, you could join if you want, Melvin. It's open to VIPs and mods always, so don't feel shy about asking to join unless we are all fucking, you know, we're all free, we're full or whatever.
The numbers do not favor us.
What I do here? This is crazy. I'm not sure about that one, guys. That's rough. Oh, this is at the end. Did you want to join now? I can still play a couple. Yeah, sure. It's so warm. Honestly, it's not a bad skin. Gosh, you're so warm. So warm. A lot of widow skins are not bad anyway. I have a single Anran skin. I was really enjoying Anran for a wee while. And then I kind of started playing more support. I never had any incentive to play well with her. What a classy as fuck skin. Does Sojourn have any good skins?
Vote for a map.
What do we watch? Shambali Monastery. Never mind. Rialto? I like Rialto. Rialto's a good map.
Welcome to Rialto.
Welcome to Rialto. Butcher! Alright, play some Kiriko. Oh, sorry, Kiriko's in your top. Let me know if you want me to switch. I play everyone.
They won't even know what happened.
Cedric, what a name.
Sonne. Hammerman! Any German music you recommend?
Guys, do I just spend £400 on the game so I can buy every mythic weapon there is, so when I play them I have something I can do, because the mythic weapons have a like inspect that I can spam? That's such a good idea. Yes, so true. So true, bestie.
I need some help!
Oh, that is not my fault.
Let me balance you out. Sierra reporting. They're taking our payload? No shot.
I should save that they have fucking Anna. And now I have no Suzu for him.
From nature. Let's get them off the payload. Come on.
Ow. Owie!
Let's get back to it.
Thank you. Stop them.
Like a gentle rain.
No, Melvin!
Yeah. Looks like they're on the move again.
Oh shit, nice snipe. That was mid-air too.
Okay, I learned from that.
I suppose it was 2 HP and it was my foot, but still.
No shot. Oh, thank you. My ultimate is ready.
Above! No! What a fantastic ability. I didn't even see her when she was shooting Reinhardt. I mean, my brain is mush regardless. It's so far away.
I'm here. Looks like they're on the move again.
Oh.
You just needed a dash of mischief.
I think my ult was so useless there, but we won somehow. And one of their damage dealers fucking rage quit. Oh, there's a fucking Reaper. My bad. It's a self-care check. Alright. Consider claim. I don't know if it can cleanse. I should probably have tried.
Let me balance you out. Looks like they're on the move again. Deploying rock unit.
Ah, fuck me. That was a horrible spot. What's this soldier skin? Ew.
My ultimate is ready. I don't give up that easily. Like a gentle rain. The payload has looks like they're on the move again. My gift to you. Eyes on the sky! Check it. Let's go. Nanotest administered.
That works. The streamer does not concern herself with the weapon accuracy when she's playing Kiriko. The project for the place, instead of making a TV space and watching anime. It's been so good. I watch the new. I want to watch that anime, but I need to. I want to watch. I am rewatching JoJo at the moment, so once I've done that, I will probably actually watch. What do you call it? The Freyren season 2 finally. He's probably got all. There it is. My weapon accuracy is rarely above 40%. Mine is rarely above 50. 35, sorry. What am I talking about? 50.
Looks like they're on the move again.
Holy shit, the drift on that guy is crazy.
Hey, what's up?
There's a Reaper somewhere.
Gentle rain. I need some help.
Ugh.
Deploying rocket.
Oh, they're so low. Nice. That works. Good work.
Well, that wasn't called for.
Clear my kryptonite on Brian. Doomfist, Sierra, Bastion, Zen. I mean, Bastion's always a given. Zen's always a little shit. Sierra is also overpowered as fuck, though. Oh, well. I can't. I use my Suzu like an idiot. Bye-bye. No! I didn't shift! Why? Oh, that would have been so cool if I did that. I would have been so cool.
Time to get clever.
Instead of a flop.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Nano, a minute. Last box power.
Rex. My biggest problem is I've noticed, because I was watching Flats, and he was watching a Juno in bronze, and he was commenting on the fact that Juno wasn't aiming, she was just shooting, and I figured out that I actually do that a lot. I'm just shooting. I'm not, like, I'm just fucking absentmindedly right-clicking and hoping for the best, you know? Reaper probably has ult. Okay, he just killed himself before Reaper could get ult off, I guess. Oh no. I fucked up my Suzu. Unfortunate. Sorry. My bad. At least Bastion has to aim, I suppose. I'm surprised this guy held Shafter for that. I protected the pillar, yeah. I love healing those walls.
To see justice done is its own reward.
Kinda hungry. Oh, that's cute. And this one is cute too. I'm looking at a wall, banking it at the back of my head. It's so funny. Looking. Half the time when I play Junkrat, I don't realize, like, I'm just killing things and not aiming at all. What's Sierra? Sorry, not Sierra, Sojourn? I think the cozy skin is cute. compared to all the other cozy skins, I feel like it's very lackluster, but...
Choose your map.
Hampton is watching. Holy Lijiang. You know what? Lijiang over Flash Slop any day. Flashpoint just makes me sad. Thank God. Best skins are mythic. I didn't look at the customization options on the mythic.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
Jesus fucking wept. Alright. What the f- I ain't dealing with all that. I am, my brain is melted. The heat is fucking getting to me. And I am hungry. I ain't babysitting a fucking Genji and a Doom.
Submission is the key.
Oh, me and Doom have got matching fucking...
Yeah. Was up
Doom.
last night, thinking about who we used to be.
I try to focus on the good times.
We got matching, matching
have
chromas
some
for
of
our
those.
thing.
Hello.
Will this person destroy the positive rep Bible? I don't know. I still hurt earlier from the fact that I went on and you fucking ulted. Soup. I'm surprised you can eat anything hot. That's not gonna be annoying at all. You know what? Maybe I should play Life Weaver. Who is there? Oh, the cat is swamping. Hey guys. Isn't Moira so fucking interactive? But it's okay, I will go with the healing one for you guys. I should have shifted. My brain is just... My brain is just wrong.
Dragon consume you!
Your assistance is appreciated.
Oh, you fucker. What is... Does this person think they're like funny? Or like... Is this Overwatch humor?
公主不洗澡。
Your
Okay, might as well go cancelled. Yeah, I like turning off my brain and playing Moira. Best match chat we had was the one where we all typed yeah, and we almost like hard through the game.
Persecuted. Hello there. A taste of poison.
Who's over here? Okay.
Score 0.
Yeah. You know what kind of upsets me? When I see other Moira players with the skin exactly, like with the color and everything, they use the gold, they have like the gold hands. Why don't they have the purple ones? This person is so fucking
Even better.
annoying.
3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
What's up?
You know, surprised it didn't work.
I've dealt with cynics before. Be nourished. Manifest.
Whoa.
My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
Enemy contact.
This is fucking conversation. Right. I'm
Leave me be.
Another turret awaits you.
I wonder if Lucio is gonna try and bop everyone off the bridge. There it is. Holy shit. He got me.
Progress is seldom won with ease.
Hey!
Nanoboost is ready to deploy.
Go. Receive my aid.
Sorry, Melvin, I kind of left you.
Careful! We're outnumbered! Soldier 76, reporting for duty.
It might just be over.
Plotting out the dig site. Minute.
Nanoboost. Minute.
He's gonna bump me off. I knew it. I knew it was coming. I was hoping he would be inside, but you know what? Our team are in there. That's all that matters. I knew it was coming. I was just hoping he would be inside.
Minds are always persecuted.
I am griefing. I sleep. It was a really nice sleep. It's over.
Process begins again.
Very interactive gameplay. So incredibly interactive.
Round 2, 1.
You created space for your team, I suppose.
1-1.
What's the next one? At this point, if they keep picking Lucio, do I just go Jetpack Cat?
Did I pack my...
I don't know if I have the brains for Jetpack Cat, I'm not gonna lie to you. And that sounds stupid, because a lot of people complain about Jetpack Cat, but I think she's had a fair amount of nerfs, and she's... you know. Oh, you have the Mythic Soldier skin too.
3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
This is no time. Just
Sending care your way.
thank you. Enhancing your life with speed Starlight. That's much better.
The objective is
Objective is under attack. Get on it.
Are you gonna get booped off? Didn't have my dash. He's like 1 HP.
Requesting backup.
Holy shits.
Yes. Securing the objective.
Nice.
I'll try to repay the favor.
Oh yeah, this doesn't stop it. Why is Soldier not shooting? I don't think my auto can break it, by the way. Maybe I should have just been healing. But I think it one-shots, right?
Thank you.
I don't know. Sad.
Cannot escape me.
Oh, he just went the other way.
We have to defend the point.
I need to go get something to eat.
Another turn waits for you.
冻住，不许走。
Hello there.
A taste of poison. Rally to me.
Ugh. Sorry, my fan fell over. I had to pick it back up. Oh. Nice. You just win? Sick. Can't believe we won that. Crazy. Wow. Good job, Melvin.
Play of the game.
Is that a servile?
Cause and effects.
Oh, hold on. If this is getting proud of, I don't know what the... I'm not voting Doom. Go away, Doom.
Epic.
Alright. That was probably it for me, Melvin. Sorry it was only a few games, but I appreciate you joining. I hope you enjoyed yourself nonetheless. Sorry for that. The last game was a bit weird. I don't know what was going on with that chat, but you know, it happens. The drip is crazy, yeah. Honestly, that chroma for the mythic is the one that I see the most often. It's not. I think it's. I don't know if it's like the black and gold one released first, and then afterwards it was like the pink and purple one. Because I think the. I think the glittery one is it looks a lot nicer. What the fuck? Alright, so yeah, even though that's it for me today, you can stick around for just a wee bit longer. As always, I'd like to raid out into someone because it makes their day seeing your faces and you get some channel points for doing so. Today we can go say hello to Crowbird. They're playing some Subnautica 2. So if you're into that, I suppose that's cool. Bro, it's just it's a little crazy. Alright, I don't have a raid message. I don't really do raid messages, but if you'd like to pop a wee hello in the chat, ask Crowbird how their day is going. I'm sure they'd really appreciate some conversation. regardless of what you say or do, be on your best behavior, please. I will be there, I'll be lurking, I'll be in the chat, and I'll be watching. So if anyone is a shithead, I will know, and you will not be welcome back here. Not that I don't think anyone is... Not that I think anyone is going to be like that, because you guys are all pretty well behaved. So yeah, thank you so much for coming today. Thank you for your patience with me as always. It's fucking warm. I do have every intention of streaming tomorrow. I do have a little appointment, but it shouldn't be anywhere close to stream time, so we'll just see how that goes. Any changes I'll let you know ahead of time in the Discord. But thank you so much for coming today. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Thank you for my chatters, to my lurkers, to anyone that came by in the raid today who decided to stick around and give me a chance. It means a lot to me, and I really do appreciate it. Yeah. For now, you guys have a lovely rest of your morning, noon, or night, wherever you are. Take plenty good care of yourselves. Try your best as always. Stay fucking cool. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow, okay?